Hello, hello. It's been a minute. Today, let's get right into it. I don't have any excuses or anything, but today I'm gonna be doing a bit of advent of code, I think. A bit late to mind, but no reason to stop. Where was I? Something as long as it's not global snow production, yada yada. How to start. Weather machine not powerful enough, and they're even sending you this guy and why your map looks mostly blank. Mm. I am being loaded into a trebuchet, apparently. I, I appreciate that they linked to Wikipedia for trebuchet. As you're making the final adjustments, I discovered that their calibration document, your puzzle input, has been amended by a very young elf who was apparently just excited to show off her art skills. Consequently, the elves are having trouble reading the values on the document. The newly improved calibration document consists of lines of text. Each line originally contained a specific calibration value that the elves now need to recover. On each line, the calibration value can be found by combining the first digit and the last digit in that order to form a single two-digit number. Okay. So first things first, I need to get some file input, and I think I need to go to Zig's STD to do that, since I decided I was going to be using Zig today. Before that, though, Zig init-exe vim dot t source main. Get rid of all the comments and sorry. 60. Yeah. Not what I wanted to do. Also not what I wanted to do. Zig.fs. So I've tried to do some Zig file system stuff in the past and just completely failed. So let's see if I manage any better this time. So I can uh, input.txt. I think I want to get monster std.fs.cwd. This should be the current working directory, I think. Oh, that's a handle though. Also, did I just... I did just make input to the txt in the source folder. I think I want to make it up here. Now, Uh-huh. I guess I might be able to just open file absolute, but I think that's an absolute path. Yeah. Yeah, is there any... Oh, there might just be an open file. Alternatively, real path might work. Yeah, okay. So const input path equals std.fs.realpath. Oh, yay, ads. Love those. Thank you so much, Twitch. std.fs.realpath. Should I take some... Should I take the file that I'm going to be opening with arguments instead, maybe? As like my first arg? I'm just gonna do this. Can I not middle click on this? Can I middle click on that? I can. Okay. Uh, actually, argument should probably be over here. I'm pretty sure you just take them in the main, but I want to make sure that I'm not being stupid, which is pretty usual. Yes, parameters. Not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Okay, I have no idea where CLI args are. Eh? Okay, it is under STD. I was not thinking it was going to be under STD. Okay. C dot process dot args. For cross-platform code? Um, Interesting. Args with allocator? Why does it need that to be cross-platform? I'm just going to assume that I'm not going to have to worry about this for now, because this is just some code running on my own machine, so... cd dot process args. And then is this just returning an array of arguments, or no, it's returning an iterator. Let me... Oh, this is something. You must deinitialize iterators internal. Okay. Um, can I just use args alec? I think I'm just gonna use args alec to get an array. Const args equals, and then I do need an initializer, so or I do need allocator. Sorry, I can talk. Const arena allocator. I think actually I think this seems to be very fair. So const arena allocator equals std.heap.arena allocator.init std.heap.general. No. I I want to do this. I might not even need to do an arena allocator. My better just do a general purpose allocator. CD dot heap. What is that heap? Let's see that heap. Let's look at the general purpose allocator, wherever that is. Is it under mem and not heap? Oh, it's a function. Interesting. And I have to pass it again big. I'm just gonna do an arena allocator. Because that'll be, I know what I'm doing big more there. Init. Page allocator. Sure. Maybe this will work. There. Allocator equals arena allocator dot allocator, I think. And then I also probably want to defer arena allocator dot deinit. I think that happens sometimes. I accidentally hit U and undo whatever I just did. Using them has been an interesting ride. Arena allocator dot yeah, deinit. Okay. std.process dot args alloc allocator. I don't expect to need another allocator at any point, so I'm also not sure if this is actually ever going to run because I think that Zig just if it has certain things at the end of the program, like phrase and stuff, it just won't do them. Based on a talk I was watching recently, I might be mistaken in that though. That is distinctly possible. It might have just been an internal philosophy that they used or something that I'm misinterpreting. Now, setting that aside, I should be able to just do args1 here and st.debug.print. I'm going to just print args1 to make sure that this is all working. I'm going to print args1 and input path. Input path should be somewhere on hard drive. I'm just going to get rid of all of these lines. Zig builds run. Error. What's the error? Oh, that's dot slash input. What? Was there really no input.txt? Did I not write this file? I did not write that file. Okay. Oh, how do I make it do the args then? With Zig build run? I might have an easier time actually just. Yep, that's not what I meant to do. What? Stop it. PV build. So run. Okay, so I just do dash dash. Did I never? Oh, I didn't. Okay. I did make that a variable, right? Allocator, yeah. Sorry. So, oh, do I need to like do a dot init here or something? No. It's been a minute. Okay. How I allocator? Where did I have the allocator stuff? I think I had one of these pages open to allocator stuff. Here. Let me just go look at page allocator. Oh, this page allocator dot allocator. And is there a different allocator I should be using instead? I don't think so. Okay, that's definitely not what I was supposed to be doing. Uh, I'll try dot general purpose allocator. Not work? No. Uh, general purpose allocator. I'll try just passing in an empty config and seeing it on something else. Uh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Uh, maybe I do this mark. I am just okay. Unsupported OS. That's better than what I got before. Hmm. Oh, page underscore allocator. It looks like might be what I want. Okay, this is different. Different error. Um, fs.realpath. Apparently, I'm using it wrong. Where is fs.realpath? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna do realpath alloc and then pass it the allocator. Did I just undo something? No, I didn't. Oh, makes a new line and you undoes stuff, I think. It's fun because when I accidentally hit Q, there is a change that I do not want. When I accidentally hit O, there is a change I do not want, but is less influential. I'm sure there's a way to redo without entering the redo tree, but okay, so I'm gonna do realpath alloc. And then, am I passing the allocator as the first or second argument? First argument. I thought it was the first argument. I think most functions that take an allocator want to take them as the first argument, but is is it not a oh, it's a real path error or a UA. Okay, so then I'll just try here. I should also probably be trying here because they can both have errors. Okay, the file path is being successfully printed there, which means that now I just need to actually read the file, and then we will be able to start actually working on the puzzle instead of uh, messing with zig stuff. Should I just go up a directory to go back? I think I did. Okay, so it is read file absolute, right? Maybe it's access absolute. Sorry, I'm muted for a sec there to cough. Open file absolute is what I want. So then const file equals, can it give me an error? It can. Try sd.fs to open file absolute. It wants the path and any flags. Are my args null terminated? They are null terminated, so no. The args are null terminated, but read path absolute shouldn't be, right? Because it's a more ziggy thing, and Zig doesn't like null terminated strings. I think Zig prefers strings as slices. Let me go check. Okay. I like, yeah. Okay, real path isn't null terminated. Open file absolute, and then flags. Oh, wrong one. Input path, and then I should be able to just doing that starts there. File is an unused local constant, of course, but I want to make sure that I can actually open the file. I believe if I just do underscore equals file, it will stop complaining for a second so that I can see if it theoretically opens the file fine. It looks like it does. Can I... What can I do with a file? I will open a reader over here in case reader has anything useful. I might need to use a reader. No. I think I would just want to do read to end alloc. And this is something that I actually have to pass in. It's not like a optional. Sorry. Read to end alloc. Okay. That's a U size. I might be able to just... Do I want to check how it's implemented to see if like putting -1 as the max bytes is a bad idea? It looks like... Okay, it looks like putting -1 isn't too bad of an idea. Uh, it might not let me put -1 because it's a U size and Zig is a bit more. Zig isn't the happiest with a lot of like things that you shouldn't be doing realistically like that. Const file data equals try std dot no not std fs dot read to end alloc -1. No, allocator -1. I don't know if Zig's gonna let me put -1 there. It might get mad at me. We'll see. std.debug.print file data. Just want to print the file here really quick too. I could have just put it up here with the after the /n, but what? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. This is a U size, so sc.math.max. I think this is how I do it. It's either that or a at one of these. But I think it's std. I'll check over here. std.math dot min std.math dot. So I was watching the volume thing, make sure some background noise didn't get meaningfully picked up. What was I looking for the max ends? Float max. Okay, but is there an int max? Int max. Max int. There we go. Is it float max, but why is it float max but max int? I don't know if I like that. Max int. This should be a U32, I think. No, this was a U size? Yeah, that's the U size, okay. This is pretty big that I'm making it. Possibly, but I don't think it's gonna be that big. So I'm just gonna trust that I don't, for some reason, make like a uh, I don't even know what a, so this should be a U64. Possibly. Very big. There we go. And then I guess I want to go and put some text in this to make sure it's actually working. So this is test text Okay, that worked. Now, I believe I can actually start sort of working on the problem. Though, alternatively, sorry for eating my drinking, by the way. Alternatively, I could uh, press this file into U8 slices, right? Do I want to, for each line, mind? Might help with actually the problem. The problem statement. I think most of these problems are going to want that kind of uh, line by line writing. So I do want to make sure that there isn't an easy way to read them, though. So I will pop over here. IO Reader. IO Reader might have a good way to read files to read files to line ends. So I could do read until delimiter and then just make let's see what you do. Um, const array lines equals not U0, U8. Um, I should probably just set up a mute key, honestly. Let's see. Right. So actually, don't want to worry about this. Instead, I want to do file reader. And then, well, actually, I'm going to comment out that line and this line. File.reader. Uh, Where is reader? Oh, so file.reader just takes the file. Const reader equals file reader. I direction need a semicolon there. And then reader dot and I don't think that's actually how you define a array list, so maybe I should. What is this? Oh right, I was looking at how something was a source code for something. That's not what I gonna say. Array list. You uh sorry. So array list this dot init allocator. And then I probably want to do defer lines dot dinit. Again, this not really necessary. Program exits and all memory is free at the exit, but probably good practice. Reader dot. So then I should be able to do this, and I should just add to the array list, right? Reader dot read until delimiter array list. I don't really want to type all that. Okay. Lines and delimiter is new line std.math.max int size. I guess I should move this comment. What's the error here? Oh, okay. And then I'm never using this? Or, oh, it wouldn't say, okay. It wants a pointer to that, so I should just do this. Oh, it's a constant. Oops. Yeah, I probably don't need my very necessarily mutable variable to be a constant. Oh, try. Right, that makes sense. Now is everything fine? Heck yeah. Gonna clear this just to get rid of some of that. Okay, and then I can and I for I should be able to just do lines and then line. I think this is how you do, how I should be doing this. std.debug.print line. This is a very fancy way to print each line, but because I could have just used the thing before, but this is to prove my point that this works. Can I not just use an array list? Or can I not loop over an array list like that, rather? How do I loop over an array list in Zig? I haven't actually used array lists. Um, two owned slice. So two owned slice might work, right? I might be able to just um lines list. I'm gonna call you lines list so that I can just make a make this. Oh, this is gonna be a problem because I'm gonna need to do this in a loop until it like returns nothing or something, but I'll probably just do a while loop with this as the condition boy, right? Because I imagine it returns 0. Oh, it returns void. I'll figure it out. But first, oh, I might need to also do read and tell delimiter or EOF if that's available. But first, const, no, yeah, const lines equals lines list dot. Cat, I really need you to not, please. Two owned slice? Two owned slice, yeah. So what I think this should be, I actually probably could just explicitly define the type to make sure. Should be oh, that's interesting. Why is it returning a single UA array instead of a hmm. See, I don't know if I think I might rather just use this and then parse out the lines myself. Um, because it really shouldn't be too hard to just make from UTF-8. Um, I believe all this text should be UTF-8. I can just read the whole file, but what I'm trying to do right now is get each line. And I wanted to just use I wanted to use read until delimiter, but that might not be worthwhile. I might rather just parse out the lines myself to not have to deal with this. Why, where did I have reader open? Not here. Did I close my reader tab? Maybe. Um, Notably, I am not the best with Zig. I'm still a bit new to it, still a bit learning this language, so I've done a bit of Zig the past few days, but and before that a bit as well, but definitely not having the easiest time with this. Okay, let me look at read and tell delimiter or EOF. So this should work. I kind of wanted. I like the idea of using an array list, but at the same time, I'm gonna want to make that a slice anyways eventually. I think. Realistically. Oh, okay, I see the problem. With I see a problem with part of what I've been doing. This should be, I think, a U8 array. Is it not gonna like that now? No, it wants a U8 like or U8 array list. But that's yeah, no, I'd rather if I'm gonna be getting it as a slice anyways, or if I'm gonna be getting it yeah, if I'm gonna be getting it as basically what would be a slice anyways, I'd rather just have an array list and build with slices. So lines list. And then I can just or EOF alloc, delimiter or EOF alloc. I think it'll be allocator, and then I can do lines list dot append. Will this work now? It did not work. Why is this not working? Item type. You should be returning read and tell, delimiter or EOF, alec, delimiter, max size. Yeah. You return a U8. Yeah. Oh, you return an optional U8. Um, so then I just want to do like um let not let var. I'm used to JavaScript and TypeScript, mostly TypeScript. Uh, last line equals. Can you? Is there like a do while in Zig? I don't think there is. See also while. No, there's not. Okay. And then I think I'm actually going to want to. I'm gonna want to make this a separate function, right? It's getting a bit crowded in here, so I don't know why I was trying to make that public. Function get lines, and then I'll want to just. I'll take an allocator, and I'll take a file. And what type is file? std.fs.file. And then I will be returning a U8 slice, I believe. And then I should be able to, last line. Okay, there is something I want to confirm about how this works. So, while you will not run this before, will you? The condition check comes before this? No, the condition check necessarily cannot come before this. Okay, so I think I should be able to leave this as undefined at first. Of type U8 slice. And then while last line. I can make you optional, right? How do I check whether or not an optional exists? So optionals. There's actually a bit on while with optionals. Okay. Um, oh, that's actually really nice. Um, I'm not going to be able to use it quite like I want it to. I don't, or like it wants to be, but at least I don't think. But value or last line. I'm gonna call you. Oh, I shouldn't be. I believe the correct way is underscores rather than. I should be using snake case. I think. I don't know. Last line. Okay. And then can I still do this? Or is it not gonna like me doing that? Uh, I will try. Let me open that over here. Okay, that looks fine. Uh, file reader. Yeah, this is very close to what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I guess I don't need a variable up there. This is going to be very close to what I'm doing. This just doesn't append them to any lists or anything. Um, which I will need to actually do a list up here. That's a good point. Try. Oh, I left it off on the wrong workstation over there. Workspace, whatever. I think they're usually desktop workspaces. While, right. So while try read. Oh, at first I do need to actually make the reader though. Const reader equals file dot reader, and then reader dot read and tell limiter or UF alloc. I won't need this. Oh no, please stop. Okay. Uh yeah. No, this is going to be, I feel like this file reading part is going to be significantly easier than at least like the first challenge or two. Or the first challenge or two is going to be significantly easier. Sorry, I can yeah. Reading this file is taking a lot out of me apparently. And then I want to do var lines list equals std.array list u8 slice dot init allocator allocator dot alloc. And realistically, I could solve this first problem without actually reading the file to, without actually like storing the file like this. But I wanna make this a bit reusable for later challenges. uh, lines list dot append last line return lines dot it's quite a challenge reading a file. Compared to JavaScript land where I usually live, it is a very unique thing to spend so much time on reading a file. uh, okay. Let's see. I should be able to. Right, I wanted to go over to the array list because I can do two own slice, I believe. Right? So then lines list dot two owned slice. And now this should take in a file and um I do need to pass in the allocator here and this is a delimiter, and then also std.math.max int. This is still a really bad idea as my comment down there notes. I'm just gonna yank my comment from down here. Put it up here. And then how many lines can I just get rid of? I think at least 6. That was actually a pretty accurate line deletion. Uh, oh, this can return an error. I'm gonna let Zig infer the error. I think it should be able to. Uh, I'm not. I don't know if do I need to be? Let me open that link you sent again. Did I leave it open in my other window? No. Okay. Where did you send that link? There we go. Copy this. Boop. Boop. Nope. Absolutely not. Um, allocator. Okay. It is deferring a free of the line, so I guess I should be freeing the line. But since I'm appending them to the list, I don't know if that's changing. I think that's changing essentially the ownership of the line. Because I think I still need the line to exist for the array list, right? Unless it should be. Am I making a copy here, I wonder? I'm not sure. Like, if I'm not making a copy here, right? If dot append isn't making a copy here, but instead using the reference. Dot append. Yeah, I don't think it's making a copy. So I will defer freeing it. Though, again, this is a pretty small thing, and ultimately it's going to close before there'd be memory issues. Sorry about the background noise. Defer. Allocator. Yeah, we have enough memory. We have enough memory for this, like, short file. It's not going to be too long, but I do believe that this is making a copy of this data here. And if I wanted to be a bit more efficient, the thing is, if I really wanted to be efficient, I would make this I would make lines list, not a U8 array, but a U8 pointer array list, right? So that I wouldn't need to deallocate here, wouldn't need to free it. And that I would, I mean, still need to free it later, but allocator.free. That's the kind of stuff I actually, like, that level of hackiness for memory efficiency is the kind of stuff I actually do in JavaScript land because I'm silly. I I make life decisions with my JavaScript projects. Anyway, try get lines. Sometimes, so I use typed arrays in JavaScript a lot, and sometimes when I don't need to modify the typed array, but like I'm just taking it as an like input to parse, I'll take subarrays instead so that I'm not copying the data, but taking essentially a pointer to the data with the length. Like this is my usual JavaScript messing around. So it does make sense for me to be working in low level languages, I feel. Also, I keep snoozing the ad that Twitch wants to play, but eventually I'm gonna have to let it play it. But we're so close to me being able to read these lines. Okay. Oh, okay. Allocator file. Okay. Will this work? Allocator is oh. Oh, right. I think this is st.mem, the allocator for the type. Oops. Okay. That was a silly mistake. Is there anything else? Read and tell delimiter or EOF. Alec. What and where differ? Oh, I just accidentally put a differ up here for some reason. Okay. I need to try because this is memory allocation. It did it. Is it gonna read the lines now? Did I? So, minor problem. It almost worked, but it is still not printing any lines. Do I need just like I might need just this here. Because I think that it might be, I might need to essentially tell the optional to exist with this. No, that didn't work. How do I tell the optional to exist? I'm gonna refer to this again. I am I am doing essentially what is being done here. Why isn't it working? Yeah, the loop has to be being run at least once, I think. I guess I can print it to make sure that the loop is being run once though. Right. std.debug.print. Oh. Ah. Yes, it is being run a few times. I think a couple. I don't know. So what I could do is make sure that lines actually exist, maybe. std.debug.print question mark. Lines. It looks like Twitch is gonna play an ad at this point, and I've more or less run out of ad skips, so See you after the ad, I suppose, if you stick around. Sorry about that. Uh, but okay, I think deferring it was wrong up here. I think that's my problem. I think I wasn't supposed to, or freeing it was wrong up here. Was it? It was wrong. I wasn't supposed to free it. I was right in my initial thought. So I guess this must not be making copies. It must just be referring to the initial. Which means we're now reading the lines. I think, I think. Functions are meant to be snake case unless they're methods. And I guess I'll do this and then go make sure that I was right. Because there is a style guide over here in the docs. Okay, style guide, I think. Somewhere. Style guide. Names. Oh, camel case function name, title case type name. Okay. Otherwise should be camel case. Okay, so if it's callable in general, it should be camel case. Okay. Now I can get rid of all of the logging here. And I'm gonna get rid of a few of these kind of unnecessary line breaks here. Uh, this is going to loop through every line now. And what was my problem statement? I'm gonna move this to the start instead of leaving it towards the end there. Okay. Right, I just need to read each line and okay. This feels like such a right. This feels so yeah, I did get the file reading done. The reason why it was empty if the ad had already started, I didn't need this defer here. This is not making a copy. This is just taking and using the slice that I'm getting. So the freeing the memory there was actually a bad thing. That was my the reason that it was just empty. Uh this is yeah. If you're used to an array, if you are used to a language like Rust, I believe a vector would be the equivalent to this array list. Um, Zig uses vectors as like, I think little mathematical vectors, mostly for Zig uses the word vector generally, I think, for mathematical vectors, mostly for SIMD operations. Because there is where is vector? Here. Yeah. vectors and the zig are mostly for SMD. Now I guess I need to get the numbers from each line. I think just looping through the line is probably the easiest way to do this. Um, and okay, yeah. Numbers equals var numbers is a E-weight array. This means n further length. I'm just gonna make them both 0. I think I'm gonna do 2 loops here instead of doing instead of looping through the whole line, I'm gonna loop up until I hit a number, set this to that number, then loop back until I hit a different number. I'm gonna use a for loop here with Zig's unique looping arrangement. So for looping upwards, I can just directly use a for loop. For looping downwards, I'm going to have to do something else. Number 0 equals this is another nice thing about Zig. You can take values from for loop breaks. This is something I just really, really enjoy. When you break out of a loop, it'll return the value. Saves it's a pretty small thing, but it saves you from having to use like an extra variable up here or something like that. For care no line. I almost tried to write like a JS loop. JS for of loop. I'll just call you C for now. For line character. I'll call you care for better lining. Or not lining, for better clarity. Start of actually solving the problem. I just want to make it clear how silly this is. And then their sum is a I don't know, a U32? Even a U16 should be enough. I'll make you a U16. Maybe it's, I don't know. Reading a file is just, I think, I assume in most low-level languages it isn't the best, but I have finished reading the file, and realistically it wasn't that bad. I just didn't know what I was doing. Like it's 6 lines up here, 1 line to actually open the file, a few lines to get the absolute path to the file. And I do really like working with slices. A bit of my difficulty is that I wanted everything to be slices in the end, which I do have it as a slice of slices here, instead of actually solving the problem, here we go. Uh, switch. Yeah, I'm gonna switch care. Mostly because I want the kind of easy, no, you know what? I don't need to because there is a function that solves it really well. std dot is digit. st dot ascii dot is digit. And inside st dot ascii dot get digit. They just do what I was about to do, which is use a switch. Oh, where is it? Use a switch. Uh, I'm just gonna use C. No, I'm not. Not return. Switch. Here we go. Char 0 dot 9 break char or continue. And then number 1 equals that is entirely unnecessary and I'm not doing it. I also don't know anything about threading and zig, which is another reason that I'm not doing it, but I'm gonna pretend it's because this problem is also way too simple to actually need that. I think that the overhead of the threading might actually make the problem take longer. So I think I'm gonna do a for loop here again, but I want to make it from. Can you? Okay, I'm gonna see if there's a good way to loop backwards in an array with the for loop, like nice syntax. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to make the syntax a bit less nice. But loops for. So see, this is just really nice loop syntax, right? Can I do that but go backwards over the array? The answer is probably not. I don't care for inline fours right now. Um, I don't see a way immediately to do it at least. So I'm just going to not. Lines dot size, I think. I think it's dot size. Actually, this wouldn't be over here. Oh no, I did that. Slices. Slices. Oh, it's just dot len. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was dot size. Lines dot len. Dot 0. Uh, this is non-inclusive of 0, I think. So then down here, I'm just going to be doing a -1. Switch line -1. I -1. This notably is inclusive of both ends, and since this is U8, this is whatever 0 is. You can also just like realistically put numbers in here. Yeah, I think that I prefer this syntax when possible up here, but this syntax is good for looping over a number of things. Because you can also just do like, you could just put an arbitrary number right here. You could put like 6 and it would do that. And of course you can loop upwards too. And then this is just a value of that array. I don't think this adds any runtime overhead. I think it's just a bit of compile time overhead for this, because this is a compiled language. Meanwhile, in JavaScript, if you really want speed, you don't want to use for of loops because they're slightly slower than more traditional for loops. At least in V8, which everyone is using. Break. Else continue, and I forgot to put the else up here. The reason that I'm doing these else's is I don't think it makes you do it with characters, like with U8. But if you are doing a enum with switches in Zig, you need to either cover all possible cases or use an else. And covering all possible cases is a lot cleaner with enums, because then if you change the enum, you'll see, oh, hey, I need to go change all these switches now. The compiler will be like, hey, you weren't covering all these. std dot, I think it's format. Parse int. Yeah, sc.format by parse int. Number, and then this is a try. And now, if I do this, oh, I'm missing, okay. Well, if I do this, what are the 3 variables? I know I forgot to pass in the int type. I might be able, no, yeah, I think I need to pass in the int type. U16. Oh, that's disgusting. Regex is so slow. I don't even use regex in JavaScript usually. The only place regex is valid is in like editor commands for replacing. See? Like this This I will accept using regex for this case and this case alone. No, was I base? I need to give you a base? Why? Okay. Base is 10 though. What? What? What what type is what type is number right now? It's a constant UA slice. What do you want to take? Number. Oh, it's a variable U8 slice, but that shouldn't does it have to be constant? I think const just means that it will accept any U8 slice, right? Or am I wrong about that? Because I think like the constant just means, right? Yeah, I will accept constants, but you can still pass in something that isn't a constant. I think. I hope. It's really silly if that's not the case. Oh, I should be using person signs though. That is true. Yeah. That's also what it means in Zig, but Zig gets a bit more. So if you have a const function here, like if number is a constant, it doesn't want you to pass that into functions that don't also say that it's a constant. You also can't like pass pointers in to functions without it being without the type of the function being like uh function name, whatever. So you want like val to be pointer const something, some other type. Right. So then if you have a constant U8 when you're calling the function, it'll be like, yeah, that's cool. But if you have a constant U8 and you call a function that's like this, then it'll be like, absolutely not. You cannot call this function because that function might try to modify my constant. Yeah, not without making it a variable first in this case. But, close, close. I guess you feed it the variable. That's its dinner that you're buying it. What's what's the error that I'm getting now? Array literal requires address of operator at and I'll try it. I'll try just adding the ands that's telling me to add and see if it works. No, it's so surprising. Okay, integer overflow. What does this? Not, I'm pretty sure I've used this syntax before. Does this not work? That's gross. If it doesn't, maybe I take back all of my praises I've sung about Zig in the past. Um, let me go back to 4. 0 dot dot 1 0 dot dot da, 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 da. What? Can you really not do this? I swear I've done this before. I guess I could just use a while loop instead. There's while loops are fine, I guess. There's like while loops are fine, I guess. Unless maybe it is inclusive of 0 and I'm crazy. But I don't think that's the problem here. I think the problem is that it doesn't want to loop down like this. Because I'm pretty sure you can do the exact opposite, where it's 0 dot line dot line. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna need to remove these anyways because they're no longer. No, I won't. I do want it to be greater than 0 because of because gonna need to evaluate 0. While I equals line dot len I minus equals 1. I don't need line 1 in here. I greater than 0. And I would need to be a U8, I guess. I'll make you a U16 as well if I have more than 6,000, 65,000, I believe it is, lines. That's gonna be. I'm worried about having more than 65,000 lines if I do anyways. So. Oh, that's a semicolon, I think. It's supposed to be a colon. Okay, I will just make you. I will just make you a U size. Yeah. I guess technically it should be rounded to 66,000, but I've got to print some. Look at me. That's not how you print numbers in Zig. So, and this isn't how I should be logging things, but that is an anonymous struct or a or anything. Essentially, you are creating an object here that it's inferring the type of that you're putting stuff in. And then this is just pulling from that anonymous object. You can also do it with like variables like there. Maybe, I guess. So what it does usually is if you have like x, then x is of type const some type struct. Then you have like, let's say x is number, y is not number. I'm so used to TypeScript apparently. Y is U24. No, U23. Then you can do x is some type. You can define that x is some type, but then also like as long as you meet the requirements for the typing, you can use this anonymous thing, and you can use that anywhere that you need to. So you could, like, if you have a function that takes in some type, then you could just pass in. I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish this explanation of this explanation of how it works. I'll take a sip of my drink while I'm waiting. I'm gonna mute for that though. Apparently I was muted that whole time. I didn't mean to be muted quite that whole time, but it's fine because there was an ad. The ad is over? The ad is over. Okay, so for example, if you have like a function that takes this, I'm gonna move some type out of this. I'm gonna move, really I shouldn't be putting it up here, but. So if you have a function that takes fn some func that takes some val, and that val is I think I called it some type. I did call it some type. And that val is of type some type. Oop. Let me enter insert mode. Oh, I'm in visual mode, that's why. Okay, some type. Then you can pass into this function. You can call some func with like this dot x equals 5 dot y equals 10. Right, so it's just like it lets you anonymously define structs without having to like pull on their type and stuff if their type is in another file. I think is one of the bigger things with it, is like sometimes you might not want to actually import the type of this, import some type, but might want to call some func that has some type as a parameter. So you don't need to do like some type here. You can just do an anonymous structure, and it will validate that this is of the right type for the function still. Like if you just don't put y here, it will throw an error because some type, which some func is taking, does want a y. I'm gonna delete all of this now. So yeah, this is just using Zig's anonymous stuff. Another notable thing is you do have to import types explicitly in Zig. Unlike in like C, where it's just you have a header file that then you know how you have all of the types from in the file. I think it's to kind of prevent scope pollution and stuff like that a little bit. No, I should have the problem solved. 142, and that was right? I do need to put a new line here, but the file is red. The file is red and the problem is solved. Hello. JJ Van the Man, I think. Sorry, I'm sitting a bit far away from my monitors right now, honestly. Some of the sections hard to read. um, where do oh, I need to log in. I'm gonna pull this over to my other monitor to log in because I don't think that I'm need to put in anything, but yeah, I just need to hit an authorize button on GitHub. Okay. Uh, get my puzzle input, Control A, Control C, but oh, it opened in a new tab. Okay. Um, then I can delete all the text here and undo that. Wait, no, put all the text here. Get rid of the first line. There we go. Submit. Yay! Finish the first one. The reason that this stream has been so long, by the way, JJ, while I just finished the very first advent of code for 2023 is because parsing files, or not parsing files, reading files was a thing that I did that I wasn't sure how to do entirely at first, so figuring out how to properly read the files was a bit of it. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the real reason. I was spending all this time, writing a whole operating system, of course. No, but I'm a bit new to Zig, so actually reading the file took me a bit. Admittedly, it isn't too many lines of code to read the file, but I was not the most confident on doing it. So your calculation isn't quite right. It looks like some of the digits are actually spelled out letters. Okay. This shouldn't be too hard, but it does mean that I need to kind of undo this work I did here a little bit. Um, I mean, I don't need to like undo this work, but like since I'm looping over each character, I'm gonna need to do a little bit of. Yeah, just I'm taking a single character here. That's what I'm saying. I can't just like put in like, I can't just be like 2 here because this is a single UA. Um, and I don't want to just like check that the next number of characters, right? So I don't want to just like do if the next 5 characters or whatever is a number. So I think I'm going to have a valid numbers things, right? Like a valid numbers array. I think Zig is pretty nice. Zig is also, I think, pretty new. When did Zig come out? I think it's like Zig. I'm gonna February of 2016. So it's about 7 years old, but that's pretty young in terms of languages. I'm a big fan of like some of these nice little things that Zig does, like breaking out of a loop with a value is just really nice. Really dig this. It's a small thing. It's not like, I think there's some other languages that do it, but I just real big on it. Don't know what else to say. The 4 of loops are interesting. You don't really have for loops like JS has for loops, instead you do while loops like this. I think JS's for loops are very similar to C for loops, so you don't really have C like for loops for the most part. For loops are pretty much for up loops exclusively. I might just do 0 dot dot and then so one thing that I could do, this will be a really quick solution to the problem if I want to do it this way. It'll be a really inefficient solution to the problem, but the problem isn't really like, it's a pretty simple problem. I should be able to just do string equals, right? Is it in testing? I think there's like a specific way that I'm supposed to be comparing strings with like string. I might not be able to use it just freely though if it is in testing. Yeah, expect equals string. Is there a better way to do string equals? Because I don't think just like an equivalent operator works with strings. I might be wrong. I could do that. I could do that endpoint, but I think I want to keep my brief looping over the array. So instead, I think I want to like check if the next X number of characters are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Maybe I'm wrong about the not being able to easily compare strings. Maybe it's like a slice comparison operator too, maybe. That's possible. I think I'm going to up here. Do I have a reason to make it a map? I don't think I do. I think I'm just gonna make it const digit or number. I realistically could do like make it a map, but I think it'll be easier if I make it a U8 slice. Because then I can just do like 1, 1. And this is gonna give me an error. What is the error I'm getting? Do I need to define the type of this? That it's U9, U8. U9 is a valid type in JavaScript, or not, Zig. I'm so used to JavaScript. U8 is, or U9 is a valid type in Zig because you can have arbitrarily sized integers. You could have like I think the maximum size of an integer is U16. Zig does have documentation for pretty much everything. It's just, well, Zig has okay documentation for pretty much everything. So like if I do go into here, fs, you'll see some functions that say maybe documentation provided, but like this is, I think, all you really need for documentation is the typing. And if you're really confused about what it's going to be doing, then you can also just click on little source button and go take a peek at the code. I believe single quote is that was the problem. Thank you. Single quote is yes, the single character, which means that this is a interesting choice that I've made here. I'm gonna make an even more interesting choice. An array of an array of structs. Oh, I put care there instead of one. I am very good at this. Serendipity. Okay. What line am I having an issue on? 15? Why do I have an issue on line 15? I think that's why. Because this, no, I'm confused. But I also don't think the issue is actually online. Maybe I should do that? No? What if I do this instead? Now will you complain? What do you mean unused capture? I am using you. Uh, maybe it's because of the dot here? No? Oh, maybe it's because I'm not using number strings anymore. We'll see. Yes, I could use a map here, but I kind of want to be using. Yeah, I kind of want to be using a array here, I think, just because I'm gonna need to loop over all of the values anyways in this little array. And I'd need to loop over all the values in a map, I think. I mean, I could like for equivalent length values, I guess, like 1 and 2, I could just do it, but like for 3, for example, it's 5 characters. So I'm gonna need to grab the next 5 characters of the string and um a two lower function isn't bad. Zig's standard library does have a two lower function, so it's not going to be hard to implement if I do need to. I'm gonna try to get away with not using the two lower function, but if I do, well. Yeah, if I did want to be more efficient about this, I would make this a map and then I'd have like a list of the character links for these. So like there's 3, right? There's 4, there's 5, and then so just like a list that's like 3, 4, 5, and then I'd check the next 3, 4, 4, and 5 characters in the for loop against that list or that map, but it is not. This is looking for digits that I'm doing right now. So the problem statement says I'm looking for digits, so I know that that will not be a problem here. Yeah, no, that would be, I'd need to rethink my approach here, but it's not doing that, so I guess it technically could have 19, but just the teen part would not be a relevant part of the the thing here. But yeah, in the case of like if I did have to map out and it was just mapping things out um with like written numbers, then I would want to check from the longest number first. Longest in terms of like text representations, that issues like 19 would not be a problem. Um, for uh, this is number strings. Yeah, number underscores. I guess I should rename this digit strings because it is technically just digits and not like a. It's a bit clearer of naming, right? A digit string, and then if number I dot I plus digit string dot len, and then I don't know if this kind of comparison works on U8 slices. By the way, this is just making a slice from that index to that index. It's not the most efficient thing I could be doing here, but the most efficient thing I could be doing here realistically is like capturing the like, oh hey, I got a 1 or an O, maybe I should keep track of that O. Oh hey, I got a N, that's important. Oh no, I got a Z, let's throw out that. But then if I did get an O in, then I'd also need to be considerate of the fact that I got like an I later, because while the O might now need to be discarded, the N and the I shouldn't be. Which is why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it instead of doing that like that bit of more efficient parsing. Um, I need a labeled loop here, I think. How do I do labels and labeled loops? Labeled for. I outer. What's new? Labels exist in C2, mostly for like go-to stuff though. You could do something very similar in C, but you'd want to be like, you'd put a label down here, and then you'd do like a go-to up in the loop to break out of it. Yeah. This kind of like breaking out of a label is also a thing I believe present in JS. So it's not like this is a new music thing, but it is probably a bit nicer than the way that C lets you break out of loops with labels, I think. I haven't written as much C as I have Zig, honestly, so I might be wrong. C might just completely let you do this, and I might just be, not know what I'm talking about. Okay. Sorry for going quiet for a second there, but like I had to sneeze. I have not sneezed yet. I have sneezed now. Sorry. I perhaps should have muted for that, but you must suffer. Cat, what's up? What do you need? Mao? You need Mao? Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna need you to not sit on my mouse right now, please. I would appreciate it very much. I guess I don't need my mouse too much, but like, I like to have my mouse for browsing. My cat has plenty of food. My cat has 2 bowls of food available to eat from, and a can of wet food. I do think she is going to go over and eat one of her bowls of food. 0. So what's the problem here? Expected type type. Ah, yes, that is. I'm so glad that you expected type type. What does that even mean? Why is it only okay? Let's let's go over here. Maybe I do need to put this into the into this. I thought I could put it above the thing, but I might just have been crazy there. Yeah, I think I was right in thinking that I could put it above the thing, but I was um maybe I should do string and digit here. But then I do need to go through all of these and define that. Also, I am going to, not there, end of line here. What? What? So I was gonna show that putting a comma here will make Zig format do the like new lines between each of them. But I'm confused now. Oh, that's why. Because I'm an idiot. I? Oh, not replace. I? There should be struct here. I think it was the whole line because it was all in one line before. Then if I do Control I now, will it? No. How do I? I'm sure there's a way to get into input from visual block mode. Um, them. I haven't been using them for too long either, admittedly. Shift I? Okay, Shift I. What text did I want to insert? String equals? That was a lie. I was just lied to. Okay, I was not lied to. It just doesn't do it the best, which is fun. Instead of typing the same thing multiple times, I'm just gonna do a little lining up here. And then write this. This is allowed to be a const UAM. I don't have any reason for it not to be. I shouldn't need a const here though. Then down here, I'm using datastring.0, but what I should do is datastring.string. Or digit string.string. Digit string.digit. And then I am gonna rename you from digit string to digit. Yeah, so how do I compare strings in Zig? Please tell me I don't have to like loop through the string, because then it's really not worthwhile to be doing this way. If I have to write looping through the string myself, then I'm just gonna do it a more like efficient way. I do. I do have to write looping through the string myself. Cat. There's expect equals, but that's not exactly what I want. Meow. What do you mean about? I don't think that there's an easy way to compare strings in. Probably. Sorry, my cat was in the way and my keyboard had to move it. My keyboard, not the cat. No, he's in. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just do it properly since I can't do it the way I should be doing it. Since I seemingly cannot do this. So, um, I'm gonna. This is a bad way to do this, but const longest digit equals 5. I should realistically like parse through all of these in case I added a digit later. But like realistically, I'm doing that. I'm I shouldn't I'm doing that. Longest digit. I'm gonna call you UA8. And then for digit strings digit. Oh, this is actually gonna be really easy if I'm getting the longest digit. If I do one important thing. Comp time there. And then inline 4. Not inline. I think I want to make this a comp time block. I don't know what I just did. Is it cache results of what? I am not positive. I am sure what you are asking. Admittedly, if digit dot string dot len greater than longest digit. And just use the result. Yeah, I'm still not positive what you were trying to ask, but I don't think what I'm doing here should be an issue mostly. So the reason that I'm doing this as like a comp time thing right now is because I need longest digit to be a comp time value. Because if it isn't, then I can't make a U8 based on it later. Because I want to make a U8 down here. Or U8 list, or whatever. U8 slice, technically. Longest digit. And then I can just do there, last cares equals longest digit U8 array st.mem.zeros, I think is what I want to be doing here. I do want to go make sure that that is a real. Yeah, so I wanted to keep this just on the, I didn't want to like make this a, essentially I didn't want to allocate this and like have to deal with the heap around it, this last character's slice here. So I'm getting the longest digit up here at comp time, which means that this for loop will be run at comp time, like while the program is compiling. So it just is not a runtime thing at all. And then the longest digit will obviously be set at comp time. So now that this is comp time stuff, I can then use longest digit down here to make this U8 slice. Please do not attack my keyboard cable. God, I need my keyboard very much. I do have a spare somewhere, but I think that would be stopping the stream to go find the spare. It's because you aren't giving it enough attention. Obviously, I must sit on your lap and watch the stream as well. Well, you've had it. Double my viewer count. uh, let's see. What was I trying to do? Oh, I wanted to go to make sure that I was right, that it's std.mem.zeros. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, now that I know that that is the case. By the way, I'll make a comment here to clarify. This is considered bad practice. Zig wants you to explicitly define the initialize all fields. That's because I think this is mostly meant for arrays, or not arrays, for structs, and they want you to, like, if you're making a struct, initialize all the fields instead of doing mem.zeros on the struct. So that you know that every field has been initialized to some same value. Yeah. It is what C, a lot of other languages will just, undefined values will get set to 0. But I think only when you alloc them. I think if you are making if you just make an array in, well, if with malloc, if you're making an array with, or not an array, a struct, I think just like on the stack, like you're like, struct equals, or whatever equals struct on the stack. I don't know if it actually does it? Because usually when you're making things just on the stack, it wants you to initialize things so they aren't garbage values. Yeah. Um, and right now I am just initializing this on the stack. Um, I believe that it considers values not on the if you do alloc on a function, I believe all of the values are considered undefined rather than 0, which is really just like a kind of compile type, I believe. So it's like, yeah, you haven't defined this. We don't really want you to be using this. So then mem.zeros will probably explicitly be like, yeah, all of these should be zeros. We don't need to worry about them being undefined, I think is the case. Whereas in C, it's just malloc, and then all of the fields are 0 by malloc. Um, where was I? I think I want to last underscore cares. I want to loop over last cares. 0 dot dot. I guess 1 dot dot, right? And then I want to do char I. No. Due to the way I'm doing this, I want to do last cares dot one. And then last cares I minus 1 equals last cares. Why did I do chairs here? Last cares I. Okay. And then I should be able to, after that, set last cares. Essentially set at the end of this little list. Slice. Slice is the Zig word. Um, see, I don't actually know what the difference between slices and arrays are supposed to be in Zig. Slices do have a defined size. But like, is that what makes slices slices? How do you do arrays in Zig? Because I know it does mention arrays in the. Like, all of these arrays are slices, right? Or am I misunderstanding something? I think that this is also a slice because it will have .len. I think I'm just using the using a word that could also be used for it, but I'm not positive. This cannot be I. I'm gonna make this J. It might be able to be I might be able to shadow, but I don't want to shadow here. And then if then I should be able to do like, because I believe that there was an ends with. Yeah, std.mem.ends with. There's even ends with ignore case. That's so it's kind of useful here in a weird, like I don't know where this was useful for them, but it's useful for me here, so. std.ascii. Now, notably, this is going to perform a bit more work. So if I did know for sure that I wasn't going to need to worry about case, or if I knew for sure, yeah, if I knew for sure that I wasn't going to need to worry about case, then perhaps I would use st.mem.ends with instead of std.ascii dot ends with ignore case. Um, last case. Okay. I think that this is a pretty efficient way to do this. Okay. So then I'm going to just copy this. Right? And then do a fancy little. Actually, I think I might do 1, 2, 3. Actually, I don't need to count because I have the relative line numbers over here. So that's 9. That should have yanked 9 lines. Now, so I started using them like a day or two ago, I think. Actually, I can check when I started using Vim, realistically. I started using Vim on the 26th. I spent a couple days setting it up, and here I am now. It's pretty good so far. Don't mind it, don't mind it. Const equals. Yeah, all of the issues that I've had with Zim were things like starting writing on multiple lines, which I figured out how to do today. So, like just small usability things. There's certain completions that I'd like, but I'm sure that I can configure those to happen when I want them. That's replacing things. What I meant was like, so if I went to control V, I'll start a visual block here, then I can do like, oh, not what I wanted to do. That's also not what I wanted to do. I'll get it eventually. Like this. I wanted to be able to do stuff like this. Easily. Which I have figured out how to do. It's just control V and then shift I after you select all the lines you want to start writing at. Which is good. Is this gonna run or is there a problem? Maybe I'm supposed to break with the value and then do the label. It's like digit dot digit. No, I just didn't. What? Oh, okay. I am also notably using my arrow keys instead of like HJKL. Um, and I'm probably going to continue doing that, honestly. Arrow keys are just very comfortable for me. Arrow keys are also usable in like input mode, right? Yeah, so the thing is like if I'm in input mode over here in Vim and I'm like this, then I want to go to a different line. This doesn't work if I'm using HJKL. I'd have to escape and then I'd have to go up and hit I again. And then I can't be at the end of the line in this mode. Right. Because if I'm at the end of the line, then I hit I, it puts me here instead of here where I want to be. So then I have to go over to the arrow keys anyways to get after this character at the end of the line. I just find arrow keys more comfy. Where was I? uh, right. I wanted to figure out how to break from a loop at a point with a value. Okay, so that should work. Why was that not working then? I should be able to break out or digit that digit. Why didn't you work? Um, break outer. So break from with value. Okay. Why is this not working? Oh, because I didn't. Well, one possible reason is I didn't define outer here. I think that would be a notable problem. Expected comma after initial. There is no initializer. You're being lied to. Also, I'm using. Oh, there's an. I'm gonna mention that after the ad, I guess. If the ad ever starts playing. I regret not mentioning it before the ad. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna keep. uh, what am I So break from that with value. And I do, I'm getting digit here, yeah. Am I getting digit up here? Why is this a problem? I should break from outer with digit. um, oh, I don't, maybe it's not a digit? What? No, it's digit. I'm confused. I am baffled. That's outer. That's outer. Space value that I want to break with. Break maybe? Okay. Now, to mention what I was going to mention before the ads, I'm using Kitty for this. I'm using Kitty tabs here. I can also do, so it's just Control Shift left and Control Shift right to go between tabs, and then it's Control Shift T to open a new tab. Though I did rebind that to open a new tab in the same folder as I was on, instead of opening a new tab, like period. Yeah, I do. So I listened or I watched some content for setting up them, and one of the videos that I watched was one of Primogen's videos on setting up um, them. Uh, and I just I liked the idea of using Tmux, like the idea of Tmux, the idea Tmux brought to the table. But Kitty can do a very similar thing to what Tmux can do, and I didn't want to fiddle around with Tmux, and I already was using Kitty as my terminal, so I just figured I'd use use Kitty's tabbing stuff instead of trying to do Tmux's. Because yeah, I think Tmux also has a bit of overhead. I mean, yeah. um, Nerd Tree is one of the you have your files over here at the left, right? Yeah. I don't know. I just didn't really need that, especially with Harpoon. Harpoon has been pretty effective for navigation. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely comfortable, and it's a very it's a lot more of an IDE like feel using using that. But then if I wanted to, I could just control, or not, I could space A, then go back to this file, do some stuff here. Then, did I not just, okay. What, why is it not, why, why not let me, I'm, okay. Now I'm, why? Space A, space 2, space 3. Editor? Vem buddy, what you doing? I did this a lot yesterday. Why is it not working now? Wait, where is 3? Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Space A. What? I'm confused. Is it maybe not in the folder? Am I in, was I in main when I did this? Or not in main, in source when I did this? No? What? Why won't it let me harpoon? What are you doing, bud? It's letting me do it in source. Does it just not want me to do it in the project's main? Also, why is it skipping 3? Wait, no, it's not skipping. What? What? I think it's because it's the project's main that it doesn't like it. Let me go here. Now what happens if I hit Control E? Okay, what? I'm so confused. It's gone now, right? Yeah, okay. What? What's happening? I swear this worked like just the other. This worked yesterday. Okay, so it should be taking me here. Why is it taking me to this file instead? Okay, I don't. I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to ignore it for now because it's not currently relevant. Uh, where was I? Trying to figure out why a different bug was happening. Uh, okay, so I want to look for a break. I want to look for every use of break. See, there's the break. Or sorry, there's the label. Here's the break. Here's the value I want to break with. Why is it not working? Maybe I need to. So I can say confidently that it was working the other day because it was working the other day when I was trying to get a language server working for Galaxy Script, which is StarCraft 2's language for the game. What if I const? val equals digit. What if I do do this? Yank. Oh, is there a keybind to quickly redo things so I don't have to keep entering this undo tree thing? I'm sure there is, but like I don't want to Google it. Val. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was missing a okay. That makes more sense. That makes more sense than me having to like define it as value beforehand. I was just missing a parentheses and the error was unhelpful. Where am I not using? I have another J somewhere. What? Where other J? Okay, not there. So there must be another J up here then? Why did I make this J? What? Maybe it was an accident that I made this J? I think it was an accident that I made that J. Though this should be a J. Okay. Where is unused capture? I don't use I. Okay. Oh, okay. 1 second. Sorry, it is slowly dying from coughing, apparently. Oh, right. I'm a fool. A foolish fool of fools. The haystack is last cares, and then the needle is that. I just had an extra. Okay. I think I just need to do this. Uh, Me being silly is how this got complicated. And me using a lower level language in a way that I'm not used to. What? 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 Oh, that's because I'm a. Okay. Okay. This one shouldn't be I minus one. This should be J minus one. I know what I'm doing. Huzzah! So now the value should maybe be this. Or I might need to get my new input still. Do I need to get my new input or am I using the same input? Okay. That's not the right, what? It isn't? Really? Are you sure? Okay. Maybe. Maybe I just std.debug print as last case. Well, what you looking like last characters, right? I should have done a new line. That was that was silly of me. Okay. Oh, no. No, that's not the problem. Maybe. Why is it not saying anything before this? This isn't a this isn't a null terminated string. Does it still maybe not like being treated as if though it was? What's a character that won't exist in any of my digits? Oh, that is one problem now to address, but last case. Um yeah, 0 won't exist in any of them, but 0 is null. And I think that it might be treating these as null terminated, even though they're not supposed to be null terminated because they're slices. I'm gonna just do 1. I think 1 is like an emoji or something. Ask you when that is. Maybe there's like a fill? I don't think there is, but I will. Yeah, no, there's not. Right. Not a realist. I just want either slice or array or something. Mem dot. Let's go over here. Maybe set. Can I do mem dot set? No. How do I? Also, I could have just done index of and last index of for all of the digits, probably. Oh, there's dot equal for array equality. C dot mem dot equal for slice equality or whatever. That is what I should be using for string equality. Well, there is one, well, first I'm gonna make sure that this isn't just doing well, even if it is, but I'm gonna check to see if this isn't doing exactly what I'm currently doing. It looks like it is doing exactly what I'm currently doing ish. No, it's not. It's doing something slightly more inefficient due to the way that it is done. I believe the switch should be more efficient because switches use like maps, I think. Unless I'm wrong about that. But I think that switches like this use maps rather than like any sort of weird if looping or anything like that, which this is doing. Can I not just write a certain value? I feel like I can. I just need to find the right function for it. Ooh, this is an interesting function. I honestly didn't even realize that you could assign default values to structs, but the fact that you can and that 0 and it exists is pretty nice. Though this still has not solved my question of how do I just fill an array with some value that isn't 0. And the answer is I'm not sure. I'm just going to loop over it. And then for 0 dot dot null. This is probably slightly inefficient, but this is a way to loop over something. I'm disregarding the capture from last characters with the underscore, and then I do I. Last character's I equals 1. I don't know what 1 is. Probably some. I need to undo that because delete copied that line. Oops. Put back down here. I enter. Nope. Up. Boop. T. Delete. Delete. Oh. Oops. Pop back up here because that issue should exist up here as well. Okay. Actually, instead of having it be what it is there, I'm going to make it space. What? Because something's slightly wrong. And I think I see the problem now, but I don't know why it is existing. So I move all the lines over by 1. Move all the lines back by 1. Then I set this. Oh, okay, that's a problem. Now let me print again and I should see. S, SJ, SJR, da, da, da. It's backwards. Yeah, no, it's still wrong, but I think I get why it's wrong now, but I don't. I guess I can just shift all of the characters. Oh, that's why it's backwards. Because I'm parsing through this string backwards. Obviously. And instead of doing something sane to deal with that, I'm gonna do something I think not sane to deal with that, maybe? Can I just I'm not adding another loop this time. Not because I wouldn't if it made my life easier, but because it's not at all necessary. Oh, fun. I think it's because, hey, oh, that's fine. Um, no, it's not exactly what I was looking to do. Oh, I need to loop over the array backwards if I'm gonna be doing it this way. Obviously. Okay. Okay. There, j equals 0. I don't really care about what j is, honestly. While j greater than 0. J minus equals 1. What? Oh, because I didn't. You want to type? Fine, take U128. I don't care anymore. This is really dumb because this is just going to make it take a really unnecessarily long time for the math. You know what? No. I care even less. Take a U34. Okay, now what's the actual issue that I'm. That worked. Ish. um, okay, where was I? Oh, I know why that didn't work properly. Okay. I'm gonna make you a U16. um, J shouldn't be starting at 0. J should be starting at last cares dot len minus 1. That was the actual problem there. Okay, then I just need to do a quick little starts with ignore case. Well, I didn't make another loop. I changed the loop into a different loop. I changed a for loop into a while loop, which I'm not going to consider making a new loop because really what I was doing was changing the type of loop. It hardly counts. Does this work? Hey. I mean, if you asked like a git diff, right, it would say that I deleted one loop and added a different loop, but okay. I've completed Advent of Code 1. I'm gonna try to do 2 now. Exactly. It's a loop of Theseus. I'm glad you understand. So, I am gonna do something slightly different with this one. Good luck, I think. I think. Assuming you're saying you're leaving. Yeah, good luck. Enjoy whatever you are going off to do. Mictor 1 or cd dot dot Mictor 2. Yeah. Good luck, have fun, don't die, etc. Bim. CD2. Then I want to go into Oh, I didn't. Oops. Okay. Slight change of plans. I'm going to be moving one into 2023, then move two, and then CD 2023. LS. Okay. Now we're back to the regularly scheduled program. Okay. I want to go into one. Well, first I want to do zig init-exe. I want to go into two. Yes, back to our regularly programmed schedule. Over in here in source, I want to do delete. No. D12D, and then D4D. Okay, that all looks fine. Then I'm gonna add you. Make sure that yeah, it is. Okay. Harpoon is working right now. I was having some issues earlier, but I'm just gonna pretend they didn't happen because I do think I understand the issue the Harpoon was having earlier. Partially. One of the issues I understand, one of the issues I don't. And I'm gonna ignore the issue that I do understand. Okay. Yeah, why? I don't know why I said that the way I did. Cool. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need to read the program's lines again, so I'm just stealing that over from my other program. Y 7Y. Why is this a problem? Because I didn't actually end up grabbing this, that's why. I think I also missed the lines line then. I did. Nope. Okay. I've gotten all of the boilerplate out of the way now. By that I mean I stole it from the other project that I did. It's fine because it was my project. Now I'm launched high into the atmosphere. I was finally tossed into the sky by the trebuchet. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. And I land on a large floating island. There is no snow. That's probably the problem. I've arrived at Snow Island. There is no snow. He apologizes, says he'll explain. Not many visitors. Play a game. I'm gonna be playing a game with this elf, I guess. Are we not? Do we not have to stop to play this game? Can we walk while playing this game? To get information once back is loaded cubes. You can pull a random cube, show them to you, and put it back in the bag. Do this a few times a game. You play several games and record the information from each game. Your game puzzle input, each game is listed with its ID number. In game one, 3 sets of cubes are revealed from the back. Um, So the semicolon is a point where a game ends, right? Or where he puts stuff back in the bag, I think. So game 3 has the issue there is that there's 20 red that are pulled out, and that's not possible. Okay, I see the problem. Um, some of the idea of those games. Gotcha, gotcha. So first, I will copy all of this. And then space PV up input.txt. So then I think I want to just start reading, because I should have the line number pretty easily, probably. No, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll parse it from the line just because that sounds like probably a fine idea. But on the other hand, I could also use like index of to just get the semicolon. Right. And then it would be better if I use a variable and don't parse the game. So var game number. Game number is 1 for lines. So for line of lines. I do think I prefer JavaScript's of syntax for like simple things like this, but I do really like the ability to do stuff like this, or have like 2 arrays here easily. Defer game number plus equals 1. Just so I don't forget that game number needs to increase, I'll just say, yeah, this happens at the end. Um, and then I think I'm gonna make so I'm expecting these numbers to change earlier, or not change later, change, no, not change earlier. I'm expecting these numbers to change later with the second problem, right? Like I'll get given the first line or something that'll say, hey, we don't, we have specifically these things instead of 12, 13, and 14, right? So if I just use variables for that now, then it'll make that a lot easier later to just make them more localized variables. Green cubes. Okay. And then do I always get it in like the order of, no, I don't. The order here is variable, so I guess what I really want to do is from the colon at the beginning, I want to then check between each set of uh, things. So their game start equals line dot no std dot mem dot index of, then I want to do line, and I'm trying to find this, and I'm gonna just do +1 because there always seems to be a space after the colon, and I kind of just want to not have to deal with that space, right? So I'm just gonna say, yeah, there's always a space, so let's ignore that that space exists. And then I want to for um so what do I get back if I do index of and it's not what do you return? Haystack, start index, and needle. And index of just assumes, yeah, index of just seems to assume that the start index is 0. Okay. So I will want to use index of pose in most places. And what do you return? If it is, oh, if it doesn't exist, it returns an option, of course. It's actually really good for what I kind of wanted to do, which is do like a little loop here that continues to loop while there's an index of that. So then std.mem.index of any post. And then their last equals game underscore start. And then I want either mm, that's gonna be a problem. Because when this is done, then there'll still be one more to run, but it won't be. I could just change my input, but that feels kind of like cheating. Like I could just make sure that each line ends with a semicolon in my input. I could also just change my input here, right? So I could just like in this add a semicolon to the end of each line. I'll close that. That's my day one input. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out as I go. um, last and then defer last equals end plus one. And then there game equals not game round equals line. So then last dot dot end. And then I want to, no, it shouldn't be inclusive. I think. std.debug print print doot doot s dot round. And then I am going to be chopping off one round at the end each time here. Big build run. Yeah, so I think it just dot dot end. I'm gonna say you size. It really doesn't matter what type you are. The only thing I'm getting for having it be a smaller size is memory. Since it's on the stack, I guess I could get some stack space. But like most of what I'm getting here is memory if I make it a smaller size. If it were in on the heap, maybe there'd be like some CPU caching reasons to make it a bit smaller potentially, but then most of the time I'd really care about like I think like if I'm getting to that level of optimization, I think I'm also caring about like stuff like SMD, which I don't really want to care about. So I think I'm gonna not. And say I did. Expected three arguments. Okay, you do want a argument, or you do want a type here. We'll call you a usize. Expected quantity size found U8. Oh, oh, it's looking for the type of the array. Okay, never mind. I thought it was asking for the type of the output, and I was like, oh, well, I don't know. U size seems good. U8. It wants a U8 array rather than just a single U8. Else 5. Maybe it's an OR here? No. I know that there's a way to, if you have an optional, just be like, yeah, if this doesn't exist, then I just want you to be, or else. Okay. I was very close. I tried else and then or, but it was or else. Okay. Ah, yes. std.min.index of. Okay. Boop. Does this work now, roughly? Oh, I forgot to pass in input.txt. I forgot to do a new line at the end of this here. Okay. So I seem to be roughly getting the games correctly. But I am missing one game. Hey, hey zombie. A whale. I seem to be missing the I know. This is not a theme. I know I'm gonna be missing one of the games because I'm looking for the last semicolon and each line doesn't necessarily end with a semicolon. Again, I could just change my input here, but that feels like cheating. So, nope, I did not want to so how do I want to do this? Do I care about that cheating? What I really want to do is just kind of run this one more time after the optional is gone, realistically. Because the end in that case is the end of the file instead. So maybe I could do I could just yeah, I think I'm gonna make this another function, like get rounds. Right. And then pass in the game to it. Oh, okay. Get rounds. And I want to take in a line, which will be a U8 slice. I'm fine with it being a constant because I won't be modifying it. And then I'm going to go down here a bit. Actually, should be able to just 1, 2. Okay, don't need to count. C. Oh, nope. I think that's right. And then I can return. I need to pass in an allocator though too if I'm doing this, I think. Unless I can do like std.mem. Actually, I think std.mem does have a count. Yeah. Can I? Um. Oh, I do also need to say that I'm returning a U8 array. So then there rounds equals a U8 array. And I want it to be of length, I think. Or do I just want to do an array list again and then eventually? I think I'm just gonna take an allocator. I think I'm gonna be lazy. St.member allocator. It feels weird calling taking an allocator and using an allocator. Kind of like it feels kind of weird calling it lazy, but at the same time, it is definitely me being a bit lazy right now. Const rounds. Because I realistically don't need to be putting this on the heap like that. Um, I think if I'm making an allocator, it might be easier to just use an array list too. You can initialize, you can give an array list the initial size, right? Capacity. Init, actually. No? Do you not have an init? What do you, I thought I made you with the dot init. I do. Okay. There rounds is array list std dot init capacity This is silly. I'm not doing it that way. I was gonna do it, but it's silly. Not doing it. It no, because each round could have a different length. This is actually the easier way to do this, isn't it? Okay. I could instead make it a list of pointers to characters, which is to keyword arrays, which is realistically what it's gonna end up being. But instead, I'm just not. I'm just gonna do an array list, I think. It'll make the memory management parts a lot easier here. So allocator, and then I think I need type, right? Oh no, type is taken over here, obviously. Okay. Um, line.count. No. std.mem.count line, and I want the count of this inline, I think. You need to be able to turn an error because you need a try, and then return rounds dot to slice. To unslice. No, never mind. I thought I was gonna be able to do something silly, but I can't. To unslice. And then I'm just gonna want to do. Realistically, I should be able to just do rounds.append. Round. And then I want to copy this line. Oh, put you here. And then end, instead of being a variable, will be. Wait, why am I doing round equals here? Still. I think I just forgot to remove that. Where? Where am I using round? Oh, I did round here instead of rounds. Okay. What unused local constant? I don't have any local constants down there, so it must be up here. Oh, it's rounds. For round of rounds. Yeah, for round. I do prefer JavaScripts. I mentioned this earlier, but I do prefer JavaScripts for ofs to Zigs. It's just a lot clearer for of than using capture groups like this. But again, Zig does have the ability to do nice stuff like this, that or like have multiple arrays here that might get kind of annoying to do in JavaScript. So bit of a give and take there. I think with JavaScript, the way to make it like, no, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I also wish that there were kind of wish that there were like a more Zig-like way of doing it, where you can kind of grab multiple things from different things of the same length in JavaScript. Where was I though? Check my Discord. Oh, did I get added in a, I should check whether or not something's happening today. It's technically it could. I didn't see from someone in the, okay. I'm going to, this is fine. I think I'm gonna end the stream after this one though. Where was I? I'm gonna get my phone ready. Maybe. I'll just try it with this. Round of rounds. 'Cause I should be using a map here. Absolutely not. I have other things that I should be doing today. I do want to make sure that I should not be doing anything else immediately right now. By checking a Discord really quick, but 2 p.m. Oh, okay. Well, that's the thing that I missed. Red. I'm gonna expect. Hmm. Actually, I should be able to. Uh, there is valid game equals bool. And then that's true. Oh, that's fun. I'm gonna need to do another parsing of stuff. Very similar to up here, and I think I'm just gonna steal all of this, almost all of this. I'm gonna do or else 0 here instead of or else 5. Um, 1, 2, yeah, I'm just gonna make another function of get colors. And I'm gonna do, I'm gonna return a struct here instead. I'm gonna return a array of structs, and it's gonna be dot color and dot count. Not dot. Color is a U8 array, and count is a U size. Count will be a U16. U32? Count will be a U32, I've decided. And then oh, that's a problem. I mean, not really, but like, it's sort of a problem. I'm gonna send a message to Discord. Where was I? Round, not round. Colors here, then I'll do colors here, and I'll do colors here. And then last will be 0 here. And I want to do comma instead here. Uh, I do want to change this slightly though, because I want to pre-parse some of this stuff. So there, color line equals I'll just do text. I'll take a round instead of line too. Text round last end. There space index equals scd.mem.index. Text space their number, try std.parse. This should be able to return an error. I don't know why it didn't complain about that, but std.math.parseInt text 0 ... space index. And then, so then I want dot color to be text space index plus 1 dot dot. And then I want count equals number. And then that's all good. For color, no. Try get colors round. Oh, I do need to copy some of this work down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do need to put some of this work down here. Var number u size. No, u32. Haven't added in Discord yet. Cool. I was added by this person. Okay. I think up here I just want to do round last and then ignore the idea of any end. Which line is this on? 42? Oh. That means that it's also down here, right there. Where is the line 67? If it adds more colors, then I'll deal with that a bit better. But for now, I think that this is how I want to define the color situation. Switch color, not color. And then red, green, blue. Up here I want to do red plus equals color dot red. No, color dot count. Green plus equals color dot count. Blue plus equals color dot count. And then if red greater than, I think it was red count that I had up here. Oh, red underscore cubes. Red underscore cubes. Or green greater than green underscore cubes. Or blue greater than blue underscore cubes. Then I want to break false. Otherwise, this will be true, that game. And then, oh, this should not be is underscore valid underscore game. Used to JavaScript land. Uh, their game's sum equals. Oh, let's do sum. Possible sum. 32 size equals 0. If is valid game. Then I want to game's possible sum plus equals game number. What? I feel like this is not the actual place of the error. Column 82. Oh. Wait. Line 36. Not line round. Cannot switch on strings. Why can't I? That's annoying. I'm gonna make this an enum then. Enum color type. No. Const color type equals enum. That shouldn't be E. I'm gonna make you the type of your type doesn't actually matter, enum. Red. Wait. Couldn't I make you a string enum? And then it actually would work? If this works, I'm gonna be um red equals red. Green equals green. Blue blue, and then boop. Boop. And then on line 82, but then I can color type dot red, color type green, color type dot blue. If that works, I'm gonna be upset, but it looks like it didn't. Why didn't know which line? That's not why I expected it not to work, honestly. E32, E32, E32. Allocator. Oh, okay. I just need to define that I'm looking for a U8 in a U array. I guess it wants these to both be strings or U8 arrays technically instead of I guess these can't be const arrays for whatever reason. Const slices, whatever. Try. Okay, so append is being an issue here. I do need a try before. I thought I would, but then I didn't earlier, and I was like, okay, interesting. Try. Oh, I need to do try here. Right, so then rounds is try get rounds, and then what I'm doing right now is really silly, but I also don't care. GR. If this works, um, if this works, it's really silly. Though that said, if this doesn't work, I do have another method of doing what I'm trying to do here, which is going to be a lot easier realistically. Well, not necessarily going to be. It will be a lot faster, assuming that it stays RGB. In fact, I am just gonna make it I'm just not going to bother with this because my idea is flawless and perfect as long as things work out. Okay, where was I? going with this. So my perfect idea is that I'd, I'm writing Zig code right now, and I don't think there's a split. If there is a split, then I'm gonna feel a bit silly, but it's, it's the answer is that I didn't know that I could, if I can. Um, switch text index, no, text dot len minus space index. And then red is 3. Blue is 4, I believe. Oh. Then the answer is because I didn't know and it's too late now to change it. Um, yeah, honestly, that's good to know for the future, I guess. That's good. Uh, this might be a silly way to tell which color it is, but at the same time, this is roughly accurate, technically. And I don't even feel too bad about this. Um, it should be Y4Y? No, I need Y5Y. And then P, T. Basically, I'm checking the links, by the way, if that wasn't very clear. Uh, does get slices, does std.mem.split want a allocator, by the way? Or is it doing something smarter than me right now? Mem.split. It's definitely doing something smarter than me. Split is split sequence. Dot stroke. Okay, I'll also look at stroke. Oh, I don't see that anywhere in S2D. don't think that function exists as a standard function. Split sequence or split any. Okay, split sequence does returns an iterator. So I guess I'd be doing while here instead of the for that I'm doing, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, the reason that I'm not using this is because I didn't know it existed, honestly. I'm assuming that I could just while on the return of split. Um, what was my error that I was getting? Yeah, split just split entirely just is defined as split sequence. It's deprecated. You should be using split sequence, but it is the exact same function. I think I need to that. Last will be size. Last will be size. Game start can be a constant. Where am I using index of? Here, I just want to be using U8. Work now? No, because it wants this to be a string rather than a char. Oh, percent. I'm missing two things in percent. First, I need the type that I want. U32. Looks good. Also, I need the base, which is 10. I guess it's not percent. Oh, it's st.format.percent, not math. That's why. What? That's because this can technically return a. This is the else one, right? That's not a good way of answering that problem that I'm having, but it's the way I'm when I answer that problem that I'm having there. If I had realized that I could use split earlier, I wouldn't be doing that, but what? I'm I'm what? I should be returning a color returned struct or colors expecting color type. So I guess it has to be in the switch bit, but what's the problem here? Text length minus space index minus 1. Why does it not like this? Oh, because it could return nothing. I else color type dot. I'm just gonna say you return. No, I'll give you a separate type for that. Unknown. Else unknown. Oh, color type dot unknown. That's not your problem? What's your problem? Oh, struct color type count E32. I should probably just define that struct somewhere else, given I'm using it twice, but anyway. Space index, is he right there? I must be using it down here and not giving it, yeah. Of course. Just or else one here. Again, not the best way of handling this possible error, but it is a way. Uh, try. It is going well. Ish. Why is that a... Oh, okay. Really almost, almost working. Expected error union. What? Um, is two, does two own slice? Right now I'm working on Advent of Code 2 currently. And making sure no one is meeting me at Discord occasionally. Okay. Where was I? Array list. Array list 2 owned slice. So it's an error or a slice. Try colors dot to owned slice. Why is that a problem? Main deck. What's the struct that I'm returning? I'm expecting uh maybe I'll just do maybe I'll just make this a struct. Const color struct color type count u32. Since I'm using this type in 2 places anyways, realistically, it's probably better to just color. Zig is a programming language. Zigling. It's not the most popular, but it's also not entirely unpopular. It is a low-level programming language that tries to be pretty similar to C in its kind of level, I think. Um, Down here, I need to end else std.debug.print. I'll call you a none. Right now, mostly because I'm kind of just trying to learn it a bit and stuff. In general, though, it's just a fair bit better than it's a fair bit more comfortable, I'd say, rather than C. Not necessarily better, but it's a lot. It has a lot of the kind of modern niceties, while also kind of not really reaching into that sort of Rust area where it's trying to compete with C++. It's still kind of that lower level C area. Yeah, see, Rust is probably a good language. I didn't find it the most comfortable, but I do think Rust definitely tries to exist as a C++ stand-in instead of a C stand-in. And Zig is more aiming for that kind of C level of things. Return error, invalid character. Yeah. C++ was allowed for the Linux kernel at one point too, though. It's just um, Linus got kind of fed up with the C++ ecosystem and dropped it. You also can use C++ for embedded things. Really, the main difference between C and C++ and that kind of like level thing is C++ provides a lot more complexity and a lot more abstractions. C++ is also object oriented. Yeah, no. Again, Rust isn't not low level. It's just C++ is object oriented. C isn't. I don't know if that's what I said. Yeah, you can do all of the same stuff that you can do in C and C++ too. It's just there's a lot more complexity in the language itself. Um, I'm just gonna do this. Error, invalid character. Um, okay. Oh, I know what the problem is. And Zig does also try a lot harder to be safer than C usually is. It's not quite like Rust level of safety, but it does a lot to make managing memory a lot more reasonable than in than C. Space PB input is so it should be going from here. And +1 is here. Okay. Um, hmm. I guess if I don't know what I am doing here, what I should do instead is just std.debug.print. Since I don't quite know what the problem is here, I want to print last start. Um, the challenge is essentially determining whether any single round of this goes over these values. This is the first one, so I assume that it's going to probably make these values something I take in at some point instead of having them be constant. And so I've just kind of left them vaguely up here as a thing. And then it'll be relatively easy to just make these not a constant and instead make them a variable that I get down here. Um, D. Oh, not last end. So 3 blue. Yeah, or else is kind of fun. It makes optionals be something if they were, not something. So since index of is an optional, um, if there isn't, index, then something else I could realistically do is like, well, exactly what I'm doing up here, which is take it off of the optional. Yeah, exactly. That is precisely what it does. Um, oh, I'm gonna move you back down, and then I kind of want to see, right, both what is space index and then what is this string that I'm trying to oh, I just okay, that was my own fault. The not the most used to all of not the most used to all of them yet. Blue 0. And it's saying that 0 is an invalid character. No, no, it's not. It's saying space index is 0. Space index shouldn't be 0. Space index should be 1. What? Now I'm confused. Maybe I just need to make space index +1. Will it work if I do that? Will it work correctly if I do that is the better question. No, no, it will not. What? What? Now I'm just confused. So if you try to do something, when you use try, um, what's actually happening is this function here returns an error or can return an error. And so you have to have the option of your function returning an error if you're going to try, in which case you have to handle that error up in your function that's calling that function. Or you can try up all the way up to main, in which case your program will exit with an error. You can catch things though at any point. But yeah, basically what try means is, yeah, this function can return an error. I don't want to deal with it here, so I'm just going to let this function that I'm writing return an error. And then that'll have to be handled up in the function that's calling this function. Then there is a couple of ways that you can handle errors. One way that you could do it is you could be like, if I didn't, yes, you do eventually have to handle it or have it crash the program. If you use try and main, it will just crash. If the error happens. But like, do I have a try somewhere? So my understanding is essentially try and main is essentially catch unreachable. And unreachable just crashes. You can also do catch unreachable on functions. And then in the function, it is essentially catch, return, catch error, return error, I think. I am not using the mouse. Um, I sometimes use the mouse to highlight stuff when I'm like talking about stuff, but that's the only time I've really been using the mouse. As you can see, it keeps disappearing because I'm not using it. I also am using the mouse over on my browser. I am a bit new to Vim though, and this might disgust you, but I am using my arrow keys rather than H, J, K, and L. I just find that the arrow keys make it more comfortable to like just be in input mode. Where was the error that I was facing? uh, so it's an invalid character. Last is end plus 1. End is the index of the comma. I'm making text last to end. So right after the last comma to just for the current comma, and that's working. Space index is for whatever reason, space index is 0, but that shouldn't be the case. Right, because it's oh, maybe I should just make this 1? Maybe that's the problem? Defer means run at the end. It's mostly for like memory stuff. I'm just doing it here to uh well, it's sort of run at the end. So it means run before you exit the scope. So if you break out of a scope or return out of a scope, it will run before that happens. It's largely a memory thing, so that you can do stuff like uh, clean all your memory up or whatever before you leave a function that you make that memory in. But here I'm just using it for a nice little yeah, I want this to increase in case this ever got any more complicated, which it got more complicated. I have been told that apparently I didn't need to do all this because Zig has a split for strings. Um, but I did all of this anyways, so now I'm going to use it. Okay, so I was checking Discord mostly, honestly, to make sure nothing important happened. Okay, what am I doing? So last and end. So I'm getting 1 to 7, which is maybe I should be doing space index -1 here. That's a possibility. No, no, I should not. What? I don't understand them. It's parse U32, base 10. I should just be trying to parse 3 as a U32. And I'm getting an invalid character. Why? Why? um, doesn't rest have a defer too? I was under the impression it did. I can type. Defer. Yeah, rest has a defer too. I guess rest defer might be a bit less valuable because there's like a lot of the memory stuff is a lot more implicit, I think. Like I think Rust has a bit less active, like, yeah, I um need to unalloc this now. One seven three. So 1 to 7. 3 blue. Okay, so then what if I just oh no. What is this text? This is what I'm most curious about. 3. And 0 2 3. Yeah, I can't go to 4. Okay. Parse int. Why don't you want to parse 3? Also, why isn't base optional if you're assuming things about base? Oh, yeah, no, why isn't base optional? Why did you make it be 0 here to get this assumption? Should I go look at the code? Why am I doing that? Why can't I just accept that base 0 is doing the application? Com time type. So I'm returning a U32, ideally. Um, I'm parsing what should just be 3, right? And I'm returning 10. Oh, I am also using my mouse for switching between the workspaces sometimes because I have super scroll wheel as an option for switching between workspaces. I refuse some. That's 10. Oh, no. The thing is, I used parse int in my solution for one. If I go up here and I'm like, I have a good one. Source, main. How did I use parse int here? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, it's because I should be using parse unsigned instead of parse int. Because this is an unsigned. Okay, that error message is really bad for this. It's telling me invalid character, but it should be telling me that invalid type. At least I thought that was the problem. Apparently that wasn't the problem, but now I'm even more confused because I'm parsing person signed. Uh, um, 3 is an invalid character apparently, but I know 3 isn't an invalid character because I was using it before. Uh-huh. I guess I could make sure that it's not like somehow adding a character that shouldn't exist by checking the links. Not there. Up here, checking the links. Like maybe it's secretly. I'm not even using null terminated strings, so okay, yeah, the length is 1. Uh, text, JSON docs. Okay, what is text again? Three blue. I their number slice equals text 0 dot dot. CD dot dot make their. I'm just gonna make a little. They're called test, right? I'm gonna go into test. I'm gonna do sig init-exe source main not std.debug.print. Do dot try std dot format dot parse unsigned u32 3 and then 10. I do need a semicolon after. Oh, zig build run. Yeah, 10 is the base. I could put 0 there as well. So that worked perfectly fine. What? Um, I'm so baffled. Mm, I will. Um, I will pull this down there. I thought I had just copied number slice. What? Okay. Uh, oh, I copied the debug printing. Oops. That was smart of me. Uh, oh, dash dash input.txt. Clear and I'm there we go. Okay, so one of these lines is giving me nothing. Absolutely nothing. So maybe it should be two. Heck yeah. Okay. That means that I can get rid of all of this debug printing now. And then std.debug.print possible sum, and then hopefully this will be the right answer. That's what we're banking on here. 8. Okay. And that is the right answer, which means that I can now get my puzzle input. Copy it all. Go up. Put this as what's actually an input. P. And now 178 should be the answer. 178. What? What? I've been lied to and deceived. But this one was right, so I must have gotten something partially right. I assume you put some back in between each round, right? The elf will reach into the bag, grab a handful of random cubes, show them to you, and put them back in the bag. He'll do this a few times per game. Yeah. So you indicate that he's putting them back in the bag. I'm sorry, zombie. Uh, I wish I knew if I was high or low. You indicate that he's putting them back in the bag. So I think I might just use split. I think I might switch all of my code to just use split so that it's cleaner, honestly. Because it'll be a lot easier to work with, but that means that I'm returns an iterator that slices of buffer that are separated by any item delimiter. So What's the difference between these? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. At least a little bit. Because at this point, this code is getting unruly, and split would have made it a lot better. So, const rounds. I can't. There isn't like a. No, var round iterator. Do I need to try here? Or can I just. No, I don't. Split iterator. Split sequence. I'm gonna do split sequence. std.mem. This function is the least important function to do it on, but it's also the function I have to change the least to make it theoretically work, which is why I'm doing it here first. Line. And it does want this to be, yeah, okay. U8 line that, and then round underscore iterator dot next. And then I do want to do std.mem.trim, I think. Right, I think there's a trim. Yeah, dot trim. U8. I really don't like the way that this is existing. I guess I get why, but like, so for example, in Zig, you can do, or I guess an example of why I don't like it. In Zig, you can do at type of. So I don't like having to pass in my type here. I get vaguely why I have to pass in the type, because these are all slices of the thing. But like, I don't know, I just not the biggest fan. U8 round space. I got 178 before. Yeah, I guess maybe, but at the same time, these type values are entirely comp time, so memory shouldn't really be the concern here. And the only important thing with like mem.trim is that the for inputs is that this array is the same type as this array. So I don't, it must be something in the function that's using this type, hopefully, instead of being able to just use this type or the type of this. Because you could just define round as type, array any type. I think any type is the type. And then you could do at type of route in your function declaration. Obviously, this isn't like that doesn't make sense there because it's calling a function, but unused local constant. Where and why? Oh, I know where and why. Um, game underscore start dot dot. I guess this is also something I need to try to do. I guess that was wrong. Okay, then what was the problem? You are a U8 array, right? Yeah. Oh, it's because it's constant. I think. These don't need to change. Um, hopefully. Const. I'm gonna say they don't need to change because that makes things easier. Do they need to change? Do you need to change? Ah, nice. Different error. I think I'm gonna try parsing. I'm gonna try seeing what my rounds look like. No, not that. sc.debug.print. Uh, I I should actually be in there. Caesar debug.print. I'm gonna just round should be a string actually. So what is my first round for blue? I don't think so. I think I might have done something dumb. That's not even where I meant to go. Thank you. Oh, I guess it is. Oh, I know what the problem was. Over here in get colors, I assumed that I would want to be starting at 1. Now in theory, I want to be starting at 0 for this. Yeah, okay. So that does pretty much just work. Now I want to do the same thing but for colors. Their color iterator equals std.mem.split sequence u8 round, and I want to split it at commas. Um, then I'm going to call you text still. And I'm going to do color iterator.next. And since this is an optional, this just works. It's really nice and tidy. And then their color iterator. Um, this is fine. No, I'm just gonna call this color split. It's 2d.mem.split sequence u8. Text. 0. Not 0. Space. I want to split it at a space. But before I do that, I want to do their text, color text equals std.mem mem text. I just want to get rid of spaces at the beginning and end, and then I will do color text. I should be able to get rid of that, and then I should be able to say number slice is color underscore split first, and then there Color slice slice equals split dot next, and then I'm gonna do this. I'm using space index. Oh, color underscore slice dot len. And then this is gonna be a problem because this is an optional. Um, and I think I just want to do if color slice, and then I should be able to. Do I have it still open to optionals here? Optionals, 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 optional type. So I can do or else, but I think there's another thing I can do, right? I can do I assume there's something else I can do. I thought I could like if them or something. Uh, yes, I am. I am very much doing this. Uh, the length thing, um, mostly because at the moment, I know that all of my, um, I know that my input is going to be a certain way, and I'm taking advantage of my input and being lazy. Um, it's realistically slightly faster, but the main reason is just because it's easier to write. Like the the matter of like checking a few characters against each other versus just switching on a length really basically meaningless, but you can do this in a switch easily, and you can't switch on strings in Zig. So at least that's what I was telling my notepad earlier. So I should be able to. I think I can if an optional, but I don't see where it's saying that I can do that. It mentions or else. Else color type dot unknown. Technically, I should probably error if I'm not getting a color, but I don't really want to. If color slice, what's the error that you're saying? I could also switch on the first character, yeah. Um, at that point though, there isn't, I guess maybe it's a bit clearer, but there's not too much of a difference otherwise. Switch color size dot length. So color size is an optional. Can I make it not an optional? Like, do I have to do it here to make it not an optional? Because that feels weird. Oh, I guess I don't. I should make you actually like. Can I make a 0 length array? Will you let me do this? Uh, the answer is maybe. No, it wants a real length. Um, I think it wants a real length at least. Yeah, it wants a real length. But maybe not. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to unwrap this optional. Consider using. So what does dot question mark do here? I will switch on the first character. It makes it so that I can cover, I think, uh most color types realistically. How am I supposed to use if on Whip Gray? Yeah. X is an optional. So what does trying to get the trying to unwrap an optional actually do to it though? Maybe I can just look for instances of dot question mark and it'll tell me. Okay. It'll just throw an error. That's probably fine. I think. Maybe. Maybe. So I'm trimming extra spaces from around it that I'm splitting it. Should I print what number slice and color slice are? To maybe see what the issue is? Got a dip. Yeah. Good luck. See you later, I'm sure, eventually. Also, yeah, I feel that. Okay. I will pop up here and do this to make it a bit clearer. One green, 10 red. Uh, and 178 was the wrong answer, right? Setting aside this, okay. Why is it giving errors though? Or else, I guess I should be able to just make that 0. Color slice. Or else constituent? And this doesn't work, right? But why can't it be constant? Why can't it be made to be constant? Do I just need to... Maybe if I tell it I want a constant array over here, it'll be... Oh, okay. So now if I do this, then it's no longer an optional, so I don't need to do that. It's no longer an optional, so I don't need to do this. There's just an extra parentheses there. I should be doing it on the 0th character. Um, std.debug.print color slice, and then I think I have to return from this because I think this is a functiony thing instead of a no. I think breaking from this though doesn't work, right? Yeah. Do I have to make a label here? Uh, else? Wait, no, else comes first. Okay, that's not the problem. Oh, down here is the problem. Obviously. Because there is nothing for it to parse. I'm surprised that error didn't happen earlier, honestly. Or rather, that didn't happen as an error. Like, yeah. I'm just kind of surprised that didn't happen as an error. Delete that. Okay, I don't need to log anymore. Um, those start at 0. Okay. And then I guess actually I will do this down here and I will print whether or not it's possible. Possible is a valid game. Mhm. Okay, okay, then I want to put you, paste you there, paste you there. I'll do valid here, and then valid here, and then I want to do S here. No, I think I do Boolean to display. I think I do B to display a Boolean. No. S maybe then? Let you decide on your own? Cool. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the game's actually ordered right over in, like if each game is in the order of going to just arrive 6, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah, no, all the games seem to be ordered. Let's see. Clear. So let's find one of these games that isn't possible. I thought green was supposed to be 14. No, blue is 14. So yeah, this game should be impossible. Yeah, that should be possible. 3 red isn't possible? Why? Did I just put in the red cube's value differently? Let's see. No. Maybe I should also do R, G, G, comma, and then B, and then D. And over here I can do red, green, blue. And if I'm doing this, I might want to make it out of possible eventually, but so one of these had 2 red. And it was like basically just 2 red or something, right? 3 red. How are G or B greater than? Oh, I think my phone might be moving. Maybe. I should search. I should search for it very quickly. Yeah, okay. 1 second, I'm mute to take a call. Mute. Okay, our turn. Okay, so 3 red is being considered not possible. Why? Oh, okay, that's why. If not valid, break false. Okay. Submit. No. Oh, this should be and, I guess. And I think 178 is the one I already tried. I'm assuming 178 is below the actual answer. Also, I'm going to make this is not valid and then go back to the greater than I was doing before. If is not valid, and then is not valid. Okay. This line is wrong. This line is also wrong. Two green, two blue, 3 red. For some reason, I am parsing everything twice by the looks of it. So why am I parsing everything twice? I assume I must be adding everything to colors twice. Why am I adding everything to colors twice? Maybe I'm adding everything to colors twice. Let me No. Maybe. The number is 10. Debug.print. I'll do it up here. S. D. No, D. And then S. And then I want to do colors dot. Hmm. Their colors equals try get colors. Try. And then down here, I can be like, yeah, I want colors. I don't need to try you. And then down here, I can be like, okay, well, colors, colors.len. 4, 11, 9 is 3. What? Why? I don't understand. Do I maybe have the colors in the wrong place? Oh, I do. That's actually my problem. Okay. I just need to move these down into the round instead of lingering up there. In theory, I should have this done now, TM. It's not valid. Yada yada yada. Boop boop. What's the problem? What's the problem? Oh, I know what the problem is. Do I got to remove this bit? 2149. That's more reasonable sounding. Okay. Well, I'm confused. Control V. Paste. The answer was 2149 earlier. So I'll keep that in mind. The answer is still 2149. 5 blue, 4 green, 0 red, 9 blue. I don't want to talk about it. I don't. I'm not going to talk about this. I can't input the answer for 5 minutes, I think. I'm gonna make sure that I can input the answer, but I don't think I can input the answer for like 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. While I wait for the ability to put in the answer, I will be right back, I suppose. Geez. Do I have a AFK thing? No? No, I don't? I'm gonna do what I've done in the past then. Oh, can I not make it any? Okay. I misspelled streamer. Can I not make you a floating window? Oh, I just need to change its size. Okay. Please get smaller. There we go. That's fine. Okay, I'll be right back now. I return. Yeah, good. I was promised soup. I now have soup. Imagine this will be done. Submit. Heck yeah. Ow. I just spilled hot soup on myself. I am full of regret. Sorry about the noise. Like, this is not the change I was expecting, honestly. But this is going to be a really easy thing to do still. I think after a change. And then I think that I might call it after this one. I think I've been streaming for quite a while today. So fewest number of cubes that you would need. As few as red. Game one is 9 blue. Okay. Yeah, so this one should be incredibly easy. And then I'm just summing these powers. Yeah, I'm just summing these powers. Okay. So instead of doing this here, cat, I'd prefer if you weren't on my lap right now. Or trying to eat my soup. My soup. Okay. So instead of printing possible sum and doing all this, I'm just gonna do oh wait, is it the minimum number of cubes necessary for a game? Or the minimum number of cubes necessary for a round? I think it's for a game. So I think I need to do their cat highest red equals 0, their highest. Can you move out of in front of directly where I'm typing cat? Even just like laying down there would be preferable. It's blue. Okay. Oh, I need to do equals 0. You'll be E32. I missed a U up here. I'm gonna set the soup aside for now again. Um, and then cat. Thank you. Um, so then I guess I could just do there is valid game equals true. This is kind of making my my nice little fancy Zig stuff a bit less possible, but I do still want to make it easy to switch back if I wanted to at any point for some reason. It's not valid. Okay, none of that matters. Is valid. Is false. And then if red greater than highest, no, red equals st dot math dot max. Blue, then yank, paste, paste. Green, green, blue, blue, green, blue. What? Oh, this. I don't need an else true anymore, I don't think. Was that the problem? That was not the problem. Problem is on line 184. Line 184. What? No, 104. I can. Okay. Extra semicolon. 105. Oh, no semicolon should be here. Is not valid. And then regardless, I want to make. I don't really care about possible sum, right? But I do now care about their game power sum. U size equals 0. Game power sum plus equals highest red times highest green times highest. And then I want to print game power sum. Power sum. Again, my lap is not the most available thing right now. Oh. I guess this is just supposed to be, the problem here was that these are all, wait, I should be able to. I'd really prefer if you stop messing with stuff. Thank you. Want to, should I? Then I want to add max. That didn't work at all? Okay. And I don't know why I did that, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, in theory, this should be. Yay! Okay, well, I got the first two done. I think that should be it for this stream. It was fun. Got a bit done. A lot of this stream was just me setting up file parsing, so if I do another stream, I won't have to deal with that. Thank you anyone who watched for watching. Never try to end these. Have a good rest of the day, folks. Bye.